Good morning, guys. Hmm. We're gonna do a lot of resistance here. Hmm. Getting my money gamma fell off quite a bit so far, but not 5210, 5200 and up, I guess. Hmm. There's a bunch of there's a bunch of delta 5200. Uh, I'm getting bot calls a little higher. Hmm. 228. It gets past here to 50. It seems kind of reasonable. Is tech still kind of weighing down on Ooh, calls are coming into the upside. So, bot calls coming in a little bit at 35, 40, 45, 50. A lot of bot calls out of the money. 5270, 5300. $35 test. $37. Resistance of 45.50. IV turns up a little bit to the downside, but it doesn't look like that's happening yet. When new real-time data, IV and gamma plots are much easier to read. Would an IV spike and gamma dip in their respective curves be indicative of buying to open? Could be, yeah. I made enough money for today. Thanks, Gherkin. No problem, man. Bull's going for 50. Probably a little early. But yes, yes, they are. I'm going for 5,300, not just 50. But there's yeah, not too much profit taking. Things look pretty bullish here. Still. There's resistance at 40 a bit. Support at 30, 25. That's correct, you did. Still a bit short of yesterday's gap. I know we filled in a little bit of it, I guess, but not all of it. Might fail the delta flip here a little. Yeah, watch the delta flip for it's either gonna act as support and we're gonna push off of it, or we fail and pull back to like I don't know 52.10, 20. The breakout on ES has got stuffed pretty hard. Just that little bit of that profit taking I was warning about earlier. Yours is different than mine. Let's see the little thing at the bottom. There's a little disclaimer. You can't get access to the beta. The beta's closed. Is SPY commission free on WeBull? Huh. So 25 is a pretty important support here. It's like 5250 ES. Yeah, but index options have a tax treatment, which I think far outweighs the commission structure. Unless you're like high frequency trading or something, which maybe you can't even do on Webull. Kind of interesting if the delta flip fails here. This is not a very strong bounce. Bulls rugging themselves? Yeah, I bet. Still a bunch of bot calls at 35. But puts are coming in 30, 5205, 5220. Looks like calls are getting sold off to the upside pretty heavily above 5250. A little bit at spot. Ooh, I think this is going to fail. Maybe a little bit more chop, but interesting. Hold up, GS might actually be a tick faster than TradingView. Yep. It oscillates. It's like it'll be like a tick faster or a tick slower. Holy, yep. Yep. Don't tell Nuke though, his ego is just gonna go nuts. It's just gonna get yoinked. There's so much fucking put buying. Hmm. Okay. Retesting 35. Ooh, big blocks of sold puts at 5200, 5150. Looks like a little struggle. A little less support at 25 now. And a lot of support bled away under 25. But still positive delta up here. Out to 50. What's the volume on this? Still kind of shit. Mm, 5290s calls. Ooh, vol short. 25, 35 sold puts. block calls coming in 40, 45, 50, 30, 35. Good morning. I've been saving my question quota lately. Why is FSLR pumping on solar tariffs? Because FSLR is America based, they dodge tariffs. I thought all of the components are still made out of country. I think they do some manufacturing here. Or at least I think FSLR does. I don't think Enphase does. They have two different manufacturing processes though. FSLR should be kind of fucked over due to the rare earth restrictions being placed by China on the U.S. though, because their solar panels use gallium. He's not being treasonous yet. He's just violating his oath of office. It's a difference. $2.1 billion in imports from Cambodia. So I said PAX CSPR was too tired, not realizing it was worth 2 cents. Fuck my life. Beautiful. Hmm. The downside's getting a little bit treacherous here. So bulls either need to pump really hard or give up some ground. Because that was a lot of in the money profit taking. It does look like they're trying for the pump really hard option. Larger piles of calls at 240, 250. And a bit of a ramp out at 260 to 275. Higher high on a yes. Ooh, a little bit of futures contracts selling off there. They're not selling a lot of puts, at least not near the money. Yes, pushed another higher high. Big vol short there. Oh. Gonna push into 52.50 here. Yeah, just shitloads of bot calls coming in above 52.50 now. They're gonna try to lever this up. Might still be slow, but I think if it gets above 52.50, there's a lot more of the cover bid driving price. Yeah, I still think 5300 is possible. Maybe even like 5320. They might try to push for the collar, I guess. Would be a better, probably a more important target. Yeah. 50, 70. Might be a little hard to get over 80. And then 5300. You can't call out price correctly 2 days in a row. It's not right. Where have you been? I've done this for like 4 years. The ghost Kirkport will be in good hands today. Some call interest coming in at 75. U.S. Treasury sanctions Iranian gas and shipping entities. Treasury sanctions LPG tanker Tinos 1 and sanctions 2 Iranian nationals. Richmond Fed manufacturing fell. So did Eurozone consumer confidence. Hmm. A little bit of profit taking on the 50 test. Still getting bot calls 50, 45, 55, 60, 70, 75, 80. So it seems like they're going to keep pushing this. Big piles of sold puts in the money at 52.80, 53.20. Ooh, interesting. About 700 contracts each. Bulls are getting kind of confident here. Kipling, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the end of the stream. Appreciate it, dude. Yep, that doesn't work. There we go. Is this bullish? The tiny little pullback? I think it's on trend. I'd say if we retest 250, probably is. Which I think we're probably going to do. How's the news looking? Either we cut or pause, but we'll be data dependent to the extreme. Lagarde 1 minute ago. Europe should lower internal trade barriers. She thinks there's scope with negotiations with Trump. Ah, cute. Failing the uptrend a little bit here. Still puts being sold though. Hmm. The downside's looking very spurious. That was a lot of profit taking from where we were at earlier. It was like no support at 5,200 anymore. Barely any at 25. Doesn't necessarily mean bulls aren't just going to lever to the upside here, but be very careful of these rejections. They can get ugly fast. Yeah, they cut like last week, but future cuts. This could very quickly turn from like profit taking to like full on distributive price action, so it's a little dangerous. We had a couple bot puts at 40 and 35. A little bit of bot puts to the upside, but not a lot. Mostly the danger is still profit taking on the call side. And there's still a metric fuck ton of out of the money bot calls, so as long as we're moving up, things are bullish. Another rejection would be probably very bad. ES is retesting the trends. Hasn't quite pushed through it yet. There's some short puts still coming in around spot. Have you looked at Nike at all? I have. What about it? At least with the real-time data, you can keep up fast. Keep up with the fast in real time. Phoenix. Oh, nuke. All right, ES breaking back above trend. 50 is still a bit of resistance, but also big synth long at 50. So if we get over it, very supportive as well. Ferris Janos, welcome to Zillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord and get you added after the stream, dude. I appreciate it. Never chat, but thanks for the knowledge along the way. Learned a lot since the Super Stock TD days. That's awesome, man. I'm glad to hear that. Welcome aboard. Just curious if you're thinking Nike has any real room to move up here. I mean, it really depends on tariffs against Vietnam. Like 90% of Nike's production is there. So, I mean, I think the company employs it's like 13% of Vietnam's population. So it's kind of a big deal. If those tariffs stay in place, so there's no negotiation or trade deal, then their stock is going to continue to suffer. You could go long, the more hopeful outcome, which would be that they find some sort of resolution. All right, is this shit gonna keep pushing up or what? Need a new high here. Breakout. Where is it? Do it. Do it. I'm way too long right now. I need to fucking scale some of this back. Huh. I feel like only 5 people are using it because the soccer provider isn't doing shit. I'm barely having to work. Okay, is that a humble brag? I feel like it is. Uh, I'm happy to see Gherkin wasn't mistaken for MS-13 and deported. Been away. Hope all is well. No, not deported yet. Yes, is just barely hanging onto the trend here. Getting some bot calls coming in at 50, 55, 65. Sold puts 45, 50, 60, 70, 75, and 80, though. So, still a little bit of a struggle with this fucking resistance at 50. I will say it looks better now than before, but not much. Still no higher high. Getting a bit of consolidation on this rejection. Reported 35. I'm not on the gamma side. Higher low. Another push. NASDAQ might need to be the driver of the price action here. Still somewhat bullish consolidation. A little choppy, but anything here on SPX? Yeah. To 75. Ooh, I'm curious about how this looks. Okay. What's the delta at 52.85? It's blank. 280? It's negative. It might be flat. It's funny, we bounced off the negative 20% level again yesterday. Yeah, it's a big deal. It's like the market doesn't want to accept that it's bearish. My mistake. Fuzzy Bear. Nike employs 13% of the Ho Chi Minh City workforce and accounts for roughly 1 to 3% of Vietnam's GDP. I had to look up the study on it again. But if you extrapolate their workforce out to the employment in the supply chain and stuff, it's still a very significant percentage of the total population. The garment and textiles industry employs something like 830,000 workers directly. For 530,000 of those are Nike employees, which is fucking crazy. But yeah, I mean, the impact of tariffs on Vietnam is still very important for Nike. Is there any way for you to arrange your screen setup so the charts at the bottom don't get cut off? Best I could do is like that. I mean, you can see where spot is on the charts. So seeing the strike at the bottom is kind of irrelevant if you know what the price is. But I mean, if I could include them, but then I cut off the delta and gamma flips. I guess I could shrink it. Ugh, gross. %? Needs to be like 80, 80s. Oh, it doesn't give me that option. Oh, son of a bitch. Oh, actually, that works. Let's go full screen. I wonder if I could go full screen at 90%. No, you guys can't see that. So it's got to be 80%. All right, there you go. We got a leg up on the synthetic long. Let's see if bulls can push out to the upside from here. They're definitely selling puts. Is there anything coming up on the Lockheed Martin earnings call? Is an 11. White House Levitt speaks at 1 o'clock. 2-year notes at 1 o'clock. Kashkari and Barkin speaking after that. Trump speaks at 4. Lagarde says she doesn't see a recession in the euro area. Moynihan said research team does not see rate cuts this year due to sticky inflation. I can in fact smash it all into one screen. I have plans for the layout. So we're gonna change things anyway. So don't worry about that. Leave it the way it is for now. Please chill out and pin my previous important message. What did someone ask where to buy Gamma Strike? Fuck Nike. Yeah, their products are not what they once were. I usually only buy Under Armour socks, but even those have started to get shitty lately. So I've been buying Darn Tough, which are phenomenal. No, they shouldn't match. They're entirely different data pipelines. The old Delta and Gamma flips still have importance. They're not wrong. They're less informed, so they're smoother. Telling an engineer to leave something broken the way it is like telling a shark not to swim. It's not broken, but we definitely don't want it all smashed. I feel like telling an engineer to fix something that's going to get fixed again is even worse. Bombos? Hmm. I've never heard of those. What did you do to prepare for this interview? Pulls up GS. Check out these smooth fucking candles. Comfy but not durable. Hmm. Oh, I can't wear no-show socks. Fuck that. It's gotta be like quarter. Quarter, what is it? Quarter crew? We all know we wear thigh highs. Only for special occasions, Bob. I don't, like there's no show where the socks shaped like that, right? And then there's like this one, that one, whatever the fuck that's called. Ah, goddamn, fucking stupid Epic Pen. Not crew length. I wear no short and 6-inch shorts. Those are nerd socks, Garrick? What? They're called quarter crew. Yeah, the quarter sock. There we go. Or low cut works too. I could do low cut. I think the ones I have are low cut. They're not actually quarter crew. But the no show ones, fuck that. That's weird. I'm always afraid it's gonna like fall off my heel. Fuck those no show socks. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. When you're young, you wear crew, different colors. Then you get older and you wear black crews. Then you get older and wear no show. Then when you get older, you wear knee high whites. What does it mean? What do you mean ballerina socks for men? That's that's an oxymoron. No shows falling off the heel is what we in the sock industry call a rounded bottom breakout. Why is this getting rejected here? I don't like this. Get your shit together, bulls. NQ slipped 18-3 again. So retesting 5280 ES to see if it acts as support after getting rejected off of 5290. I feel like holding 50 is very important for the bulls right now. Profit taking is kind of intense. Okay. Yeah, pushing back after the profit taking. Ooh, my dream's almost coming true. There's actually more delta to the upside after we break above 5250. If we go look at the like end of week. Yeah, there's more delta up here. So the cover bid actually gets better as we move up from this point. This was kind of meh, and under 5200 is also, well, like 5170 to 5030, 5130 is kind of shit. Might struggle a little with like 55 60 65, but not much. I think that's probably fine. Like I said, all gas, no brakes trend day. And that's how it sucks. The mankini. Have you ever considered buying an Italian restaurant in New York? No. God, no. That sounds terrible. There's a lot of sold calls at 5280 C-mill. Will gold rip if J-Pow makes a rate cut? Possibly. Yes, rejecting off of 95. Fuck this. I'm gonna put a stop on my calls. I'm gonna just a trail stop and just fucking do nothing for the rest of the day. Okay, so their big selling point is they give homeless people a pair of the socks when you buy a pair of socks. So I'm buying two pairs of socks? Sounds like you're paying twice as much. Yeah. My greatest selling point is I was 8-year-old has worn them since he was 4. Then the younger one wore them, and they're still soft as shit. Hmm. I'm gonna stick with my darn tough socks. I want the lifetime guarantee. They don't even tell me what material these are made out of. Hmm. Just cotton. Just cotton socks. I don't want to wear the same socks as homeless people. If they donated them like a slightly different pair of socks, sure. It's a cheap pair that they donate. Well, that's fucked up too. I don't like or believe in or support charity. Just give the homeless people money. They don't want some like half-ass pair of socks. Wearing the same socks as pores sounds like it's against everything the pigeon wheel stands for. Sounds like a big tax write-off. It's like, oh, look how much money we're totally losing on all these socks that we sell. I don't like it. Yeah, where the homeless people exactly where are the homeless people supposed to keep all the socks? What's her gap fill at? 82? Something like that. Fuck. 8202. Oh wait, no, 8269. Is that right? Yeah, 8269. I don't trust any business model that has charity built into it. And I won't shop with people that do that. If they're like, "Oh, look at all the good we do in the world, but live in a mansion in California," fuck them. But you work with the special needs community. Yeah, but that's not my marketing platform. I want to continue to buy my Vermont merino wool socks that have a lifetime guarantee, driven by pure capitalism. I'll support a stupid business model. We can only do that if we officially become a cult. Shut up about socks. Why? I already predicted the market for the day. Well, bulls are going to try to fill the gap. Um, at the gap, I'm not sure. If we get the breakout above the gap, they'll probably try to push for the 53.10 puts. Tesla earnings tonight. I know. I know. I kind of want to. I kind of want to buy puts, but I'm not going to. Maybe I'll do something else. We crash after the 2 year fails. I mean, hmm, maybe. Have fun and get a put. It would be kind of stupid given that I still have 10 calls. Yeah, 2 years at 1 o'clock. I'm gonna put on Tesla. Hmm. Hmm. Interesting. I've just been straddling. I made 20K today, 45K yesterday. Where do I send your cut? I only send bricks of cash. I want it denominated in singles and then thrown onto my body. Otherwise, Ko-Fi. Fall back to 50 again? Why? Because of resistance? I feel like there's some support at 60. Also, more bot calls being bought out of the money. And still sold puts up to 80. Has Ivy gone up a lot today? No. A little bit of profit taking on the 70 call. Yeah, 80 still seems like a reasonable target here. Kind of sick. Fuck, about 20K or so. Hmm. Why is my contract barely going up? I don't know what contract you have. Probably falling IV. It's definitely one of those days where it's better to be in the money. I haven't fucked with the event contracts, but I think they're like only on mobile, which is probably why. I don't have stops. I have trailing stops. Are we getting 5,300 today? It's possible. Mm. Mm. Hmm. How do you set up your trailing stops? What the fuck? These have like a $2 premium trail stop. It's probably trimmed now, but I did not. Hmm. Support at 65. 60? Maybe support at 60 here. Oop, stopped out. Eh, that was fun. Hmm. People nervous that Trump is on his phone. He just spoke. He said, I've spoken to Netanyahu relative to numerous subjects, including trade Iran, etc. The call went very well. We're on the same side of every issue. Ew. That's a broad statement. For somebody who's so bad at... Whatever. He can never stop talking. He does have a problem with his mouth. No, but if we lost 50, yeah, that would be bad. I don't think moving down to test 60 or even test 50 is that bad. Losing 50, very bad. Because the downside support got pulled out from under us, so. Although my calls are gone, and I kind of don't want to trade for the rest of the day now. The puts are at 53.10. Yeah, it's possible we get support here. It's only 11:30. It's still very early. And there's still a lot of upside calls. Like I said, it's bearish if we lose 50. Retesting 60 or 65 is not that bearish. It's just like a little pullback. I'd be careful of this starting to distribute into Levitt talking, though. No, they don't roll the collar up. Yeah, JPM puts. Lower high. Is it way more significant if a small gap is left on both SPX and NQ versus just SPX? Hmm. I would say it's more significant if there's a gap on ES or NQ versus gaps on SPX. Still in Fixie? Yeah, I have shares. But I'm long yen futures. I don't have very many. I think I have like 200 or 300 shares of Fixie. Very little. Done climbing. Might be starting to distribute. Oh fuck! Oblivion remastered. I'm cooked. Are you? I wonder if we pull back to test 50. That'd be kind of crazy. Hmm. Or just chop here. Not really a lot of calls coming in over 65 right now. I think failing to fill the gap's not a great look. It came within like a few dollars of it. Definitely not getting into leveraged inverse or inverse ETFs on Tesla. Yeah, this is what trading a bear market's like. Big bounces, big drops. Losing 62 here is not great. Updating properly. We lose 50. Back to the delta flip. Eesh. Still have the synthetic long at 50. Mm. Gap not filled. No. There's a little bit of call buying at 55 and 50, 60, 65, but again, not much above 65. There's profit taking on the 45, 40, and 35 calls from earlier. And if we slip 55, we start to fall into the short puts, which is just generally bad for the bulls. It's not looking all that bearish either. Any thoughts on Tesla earnings? They're probably not going to be very good. I mean, their sales were down all over the fucking place. The chart is frozen again? What the fuck? Oh, that was a weird bug. Yeah, uh, it's not a great bounce. What's FSD? Tesla's pretend self-driving, imaginary self-driving. No, Discord's not muted. I'm just not saying anything. There's not a lot to say here. Still trying to see if we establish support or not. I have no idea what it's available on, if anything. A little bit of calls at 60, 65. Sold puts at 70, 75, 80. Bought calls at 80, 85, 90, 95 out of the money. So it's still pretty well supported. Need to get back above 70 though. Very low volume. Still more calls coming in. Just a little breakout. Eating. Oh, there it goes. Buying a call there was a great fucking idea. I'm up like 100% already. News? No idea. Basant said de-escalation with China. Sees de-escalation with China and situation unsustainable. Well, I wish I bought more of these fucking calls. Ridiculous. I just bought this. I get up 150% already. I was gonna buy more. Lame. It's fun. Gaps filled. A little bit of resistance here, although maybe it won't matter. Calls are growing to the upside pretty quickly. There was news. At least you didn't buy a put. Why would I buy a put? We never went under 52.50. You guys are crazy. Somebody bought some puts at 5,300 there. That might have been smart. Sounds doing the pumpies. If we go back to 5,600, when was the last time we were at 5,600? A month ago? A little pullback on profit taking, but not a ton. And this is still behind or no? No. I feel like these put buyers are going to get squeezed. Options pricing seems to be favoring the downside. It doesn't look like that to me. There's a lot of out of the money calls getting bought. At the money's kind of mixed. There's profit taking, and there's short puts closing, but I don't think a very significant number of them yet. Higher lows on the consolidation. Still more calls coming in out of the money. 5320 is getting bought pretty heavily. $53.10 and $53.00. Hmm. We had on ES. We retested the prior trend. The upside move here. Holding above 53.2250. Next upside target would be like 53.9175. Maybe 67. Is this second updating? Bug. Wonder if that's just the compute. DM. Oh. Gonna break up or fake out? No idea yet. Find out in a minute. Futures is pushing a little. Volume's still pretty high. No new high yet, though. Big call spot at 53.15, 53.20. New high on ES. I made 25K the last 2 days. I know that's pennies for you, but thanks to the guidance, you got it, man. I'm glad to hear it. Another leg up incoming. They're trying. This is a weird resistance because you have a lot of interest at 5,300, but you also have the JPM puts at 5,310. I don't like the rejection here after getting the new high, and ES didn't get a new high yet. I will say if it does break up, it's probably going to move, but I have to see. Still a fuck ton of bot calls to the upside. Yeah, but you're trapped in pigeon wheel forever now. Worth. Yep, there you go. I bought 5280s like right before Basant spoke. Although I didn't think we'd run this much. Fucking nuts. Bull's gonna keep pressuring the at the money shit though. Profit taking on these 290s and 295s is a problem. 5320, 15, profit taking on the 5325 calls. Sold puts though, 5300, 05, 10. Some bot puts coming into the downside at 5270. It's awfully far from spot though. 1 second. Oh, what the fuck? Weird. It's getting hung up on these like high volume moves. Sorry about that. Anyway. Ooh, press briefing in 18 minutes. Nothing's gonna happen. Special guest. Nothing happening is also an outcome that the market has to price in. But besides just the press briefing, there's also a 2-year auction at 1. Hmm. 53.20 is not looking so hot here. Probably more repositioning. I don't think we're gonna have like a big spectacular failure right now. Unless they say something. Head and shoulders on the 1 minute. This whole point when Delta calls for this Friday, they're almost in the money now. Are they safe? I have no idea. What strike? They're definitely at risk. I would not say that they're safe.
Oil's up 3% right now and climbing. Sanctions against Iran. Yeah, it's a dangerous position. It stopped out like a Chad. Nice. I sold my my one call that I had for that run at what the fuck is the order? 35. So pretty close to the top. I bought it for $8.50, so good deal. 52.80. Why are you gonna short earnings, man? I'm as big a Tesla bear as you're gonna find, but I still wouldn't short their fucking earnings. Why is the middle of the curve up? 2-year up 1%. Risk on. It is a binary event. You're betting on a coin flip. If you're just gonna short Tesla for the long haul, that's a totally different story. There's a really good case for that. But just playing options on earnings is stupid. Fuck you, I sold a Tesla call. Naked? Will the mysterious Canadian sales being this earnings. Did those ever get figured out? Yeah, they said it was a mistake. The edge is Elon saying dumb shit rather than not saying dumb shit. All right. Pull back to support for the 2-year and the presser. I'll pull the presser up and I'll update you guys on the 2-year as it comes in. Somebody better like this fucking stream. What the fuck? I don't know. That low's just a little bit of a breakdown. If this bounce fizzles, this might drop kind of hard. Fed bid 4.7 billion for the 2-year. Thanks, Alex. At least someone cares. Pickle Morty, why don't you just adjust your television? Carl, you can never leave now. I've locked you in. Thanks, Sistani. Let's be real though, Gherk. You'd never like my stream. Are you finally moving into the potato OnlyFans space? I did DRS Carl. Oh, nice. Cleaned up RTD shit a bit. Chain update timestamps. Awesome. Thank you, man. Keeps me rational. I got out at 5,300 happily. Nice, dude. Nothing irrational about my call this morning when we opened at 5,200 to go up $100. We even got a little extra on it. I will say though, if we bounce off of 52.20 on a pullback, might be bullish. Thanks, Plato. Best practices for profit taking. Do it. Take profits. That's the best practice. What does zero do to you, call? The 52.80 I bought earlier? Yeah. Step one, take profit. Step two, complain you didn't make more. Just like a profitable trader. Repeat until you catch a big move and stop complaining. Yep. Look at you guys learning and shit. Step three, revenge trade. Lever up to get the gains you missed out on. Beautifully put. One sec. Ah. Hot mic. Yeah, I know. I don't care. I left it on. Rubio will no longer travel to London to attend talks on war in Ukraine. Instead, special envoy Kellogg will attend. Treasury 2-year yield 3.789 before $69 billion auction. Maybe we can start considering longer dated puts. I don't know. Maybe I'll be able to buy them again next year. What theory are you testing? Hmm. Not zero DTE. We out on the 1 hour? Hmm. It's worth 20 cents. I mean, it's not impossible for that to happen today. It's just very unlikely. Yield at auction 3.795. Bid to cover 2.5. Ouch. This is a fat tail. 6 points. Hmm. Inflation expectations are changing. Hmm. Not like bad for equities. Hmm. Not in the short term. No, the 2 years moving up still. Probably really bad if you're short short the yield on the 2 year though. Or short the bond. No, long the bond. Short the yield. Actually. Primary dealers didn't bid up that much on it though. Plenty of indirect and direct bidders. What level does DVN have to break to bust through 40? 40? It's at $31. Calm down. Ban them? Because of your sold calls? That seems excessive. Say something to help the boys fill the gaps before data this week. Basat, got you, fam. My cost basis is 44. It can run after Friday. Why are you selling? Oh, I don't even want to know. Why are you selling like far out of the money calls? What were those even worth? Like 3 cents? You know the stock has a dividend. What are you gonna buy with your $9? That's probably how I stay poor. Gamma Strike sucks. There goes my theory on he owns millions of shares like DFV, so top of the chain calls or 6-figure weekly income. That was when like GME's IV90 was like 120. Speaking of dividends, AQN's doing lovely. It really is. I picked up a little more on that dip down to 450. I'm quite enjoying my AQN position. I'm quite enjoying your AQN position. Hmm. Rejected on 300. Gross. That was an attempted breakout, I think. It failed, which is quite bearish. Yeah. It's crazy how 25K in the pickle jar is nothing. When do I make 6 figures like a true pigeon whale? I assume after you make 25K. Yeah, guys, if you have like a 5% dividend, why are you selling covered calls for no money? Credit card debt, like Cobra. They're dividend stocks. They suck for fucking covered calls. Okay, seriously, what if she just popped up from behind the podium right now? I said it was really bearish. Like a tree gnome. Bassan says China negotiations will be a slog. Describes current bilateral trade situation as an embargo. Person who heard JP Morgan session RTRS. Thank you. That's not nearly as positive as his last statement, which was clearly mistaken. So it was a lie? Always. That's the first thing you guys need to know about Trump, because you didn't trade the Trump administration the first time around. Everything's a lie. Everything gets clawed back. News-driven market, it's all rumor-based. Yep. It's all rumors and misinterpreted statements.
Prayers of the entire White House remain with all of the Catholics around the world who are mourning the death of Pope Francis. Pope Francis touched millions of lives and dedicated his life to serving the Catholic Church.
There was a great opportunity there to say children.
President Trump ordered flags be flown at half-staff.
I'm sorry. I know he's dead.
In Rome. The president will depart from Washington on Friday morning and return to the United States on Saturday evening following the funeral service. I can also confirm the dates of the president's trip to the Middle East. He will travel to Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the United Arab Emirates from May 13th until May 16th. And on Thursday of this week, President Trump will welcome Norwegian Prime Minister at the White House for a working visit. The two leaders will discuss trade and regional security. This will be the 13th head of state visit of President Trump's term already. At the border, President Trump continues to deliver on his promise to make America safe again. The Wall Street Journal captured the Trump effect in a recent article. Border crossings grind to a halt as Trump's tough policies take hold. U.S. Customs and Border Protection recorded its lowest southwest border.
They take months to reach final trade deals. Politico.
At our northern border. Here's how the New York Post put it. Northern border sector previously overrun by illegal migrants sees dramatic drop in crossings.
Bloomberg?
Anyone since November. End quote. According to U.S. Customs and Border Protection, just 54 illegal aliens were apprehended in the Swanton sector of our northern border, which stretches more than 300 miles.
Started dating a girl 10 years younger than me. I might have to stop losing 3K a day on zero DTs to impress her. You need to keep losing 3K on zero DTs to impress her. You've got it backwards, Cobra.
Reporting from the Washington Times fully highlights the difference in Joe Biden's disgraceful approach to the border compared to President Trump's. Under Trump, border catch and release has dropped 99.99% from worst Biden month. You can't get much better than that. This statistic in particular is astounding. Border Patrol agents
And sounds like made up.
189,604 illegal aliens.
No, she's 10 years younger than him. He's old as fuck. He's an accountant. He's like 70.
Border Patrol agents caught and released only 20 illegal aliens into the U.S. in the month of February. Thanks to President Trump, operational control of the border is becoming a reality, and the administration's historic enforcement measures are yielding huge results. Illegal aliens are finally getting the blunt message. If you cross the border illegally, you will be swiftly deported and never return to the United States of America.
After receiving due
Criminal
process.
illegal alien invaders are continuing to ramp up. ICE Chicago arrested a Mexican national convicted of predatory sexual assault of a child in Cook County, Illinois. This week, ICE Denver arrested a Mexican national convicted of
I
sexual
quadrupled
assault of a
down
child
and puts at
in
the
Houston
top,
County,
so you're
Texas.
still underwater.
ICE Miami arrested a Nicaraguan convicted of aggravated battery in Hillsborough County.
Oh, is
Florida.
she
ICE Houston
lauding the
arrested a
SS
Salvadorian
now?
national convicted of attempted sexual assault of a child and escape in Dallas County, Texas. And ICE Chicago arrested a Mexican national convicted of aggravated sexual abuse of a minor in Illinois. Despite the Democrats' insane objections, President Trump will continue
The
to embolden law enforcement
gazpacho.
officers to arrest dangerous illegal alien criminals and keep
That's
our communities
fucked
safe.
up.
And also thanks to President Trump's America First economic approach, investments continue to pour into our country. Swiss pharmaceuticals company announced they will be investing $50 billion in the United States over the next 5 years, creating 12,000 new quality jobs. Regeneron Pharmaceuticals also agreed to pay Fujifilm Technologies more than $3 billion over the next decade to help manufacture its
Does this
medicines in the
bounce?
United States. It's a top priority for President Trump to ensure we
Maybe.
are producing critical medicines and pharmaceutical drugs right
Losing
here in
50 is really
America.
bad.
That is exactly what we continue to see happen every day. In other news, the Trump administration has announced we will put an end to Joe Biden's
But that's
illegal
the
student bid
that's the
loan
bottom
bailout
of the
attempts.
neckline.
No
So
student loan has been referred
we'll see if
to
things
collection
stabilize
since
here.
March of 2020. That comes to an end. On May 5th, the Department of Education will resume involuntary collections for borrowers with defaulted federal student loans. The student loan portfolio controlled by the federal government is nearly $1.6 trillion, but fewer than 4 out of 10 borrowers are in repayment. This is unsustainable, unfair, and a huge liability for American taxpayers. Debt cannot be wiped away. It just ends up getting transferred to others. So why should Americans who didn't go to college or went to college and responsibly paid back their loans pay for the student loans of other Americans? The Trump administration will never force taxpayers to pay student loan debts that don't belong to them. Student loan borrowers need clarity, and we're finally giving it to them. Borrowers will now be clearly expected to repay their loans, and those who default on their loan obligations will face involuntary collections. The government can and will collect defaulted federal student loan debt by withholding money from borrowers, tax refunds, federal pensions, and even their wages. America is $36 trillion in debt. We must get our fiscal house in order and restore common sense to our country. If you take out a loan,
Wage garnishment.
it's very simple. President Trump will not kick the can down the road anymore. Before we open it up to questions today, I want to commend our pool photographer who is in the room with us today. ABC News photojournalist Melissa Young is retiring after 44 incredible years on the job, covering here at the White House.
What's the clapping about?
Melissa, congratulations. You have the largest round of applause I've ever heard in this room. So there's something we can all agree on, and you've had an incredible career here covering the White House. So congratulations to you, and we hope you enjoy retirement. I'm sure you will. And everybody else in the room will be very jealous of you as you're enjoying your rest. All right, let's get to it. We have an individual in our new media seat today. His name is Tim Pool. He's a political commentator and a media entrepreneur with millions of followers, a very big platform. Currently hosts Timcast IRL, a daily news and discussions show, and The Culture War, a weekly podcast exploring cultural and political issues. His programs feature in-depth conversations on topics such as free speech, censorship, identity politics, and societal change, often engaging with a diverse range of guests. He's in Washington today because we are also hosting a local media row across the street in the Eisenhower building, which is a testament to our commitment to bring new voices into the White House to cover the president and this administration. So Tim, why don't you kick us off today?
Yes, many of the news organizations that are represented in this room have marched in lockstep on false narratives, such as the Very Fine People hoax, the Covington smear, and now what's being called the Maryland Man hoax, where an MS-13 gang member adjudicated by 2 different judges, I believe, is just simply being referred to as a Maryland Man over and over again. Now, in an effort from the White House to expand access to new companies, you've created this new media seat. So I'm wondering if you can comment on...
I don't even know who this guy is.
Numerous outlets disparage the companies that you've had sit here, as well as the reporters. I'm wondering if you could comment on the unprofessional behavior, as well as elaborate if there's any plans to expand access to new companies.
Sure. Well, we certainly welcome.
This is a YouTuber?
A few points in this room, which
Where's
is
my
why we
seat?
have you in here, and there's many new faces in this room in comparison to the previous administration.
I would have tough,
We
hard-hitting
welcome
questions to the
all
administration.
voices in this room. We welcome
What's your favorite
unbiased
fruit, and
journalists
who's
who
gonna
really
pick
care
it?
about the truth and the facts and the accuracy. And you rightfully pointed out the Maryland man story, which I, from this podium, when The Atlantic published it, on that very first day, I came to this podium and said,
How do I get
"This is
Russian
wrong.
money?
The press
Hold
in this
on.
room have this story wrong," and we have seen more and more evidence come to the table that we have had all along. We were always right. The president was always on the right side of this issue to deport this illegal criminal from our community. And it is despicable to see the media continue to refer to this individual as someone who is just a peaceful man living his life in Maryland.
Stop
This
telling the
was
truth,
and
for
always has
one.
been an illegal criminal, an MS-13 gang member, and a designated
It
foreign
seems
terrorist. The
irresponsible.
administration maintains our position to deport these individuals from our community. So thank you for being here, Tim. It's great to see you. Thank you.
Just Ghost Poopy's posts on the SCX channel.
I have two questions, one on the Pentagon and another on the economy. You said it on Fox.
Go
News
start
that
shilling
the Pentagon
DRS.
against Secretary Hegseth, but the people who were fired were Hegseth's own guys. So how do you square that?
He's one of those
with
dudes that talks nonstop about how liberals have ruined the fabric of society, the family, and then cries about how he can't have a girlfriend. He's like 37 years old.
Individuals who leak to the mainstream media, particularly when it comes to sensitive information. And the Secretary of Defense is doing a tremendous
Shockingly,
job.
treating
He's
women like
bringing
people and
monumental
not
change
property
to
is
the
probably
Pentagon.
going to get
There's
you
a lot of
laid a
people
lot
in the
more.
city who reject monumental change, and I think, frankly, that's why we've seen a smear campaign against the Secretary of Defense since the moment that President Trump announced
I
his
know.
nomination before the
It's a
United
hot
States
button
Senate.
issue.
Let me reiterate, the president stands strongly behind Secretary Hegseth in the change that he is bringing to the Pentagon, and the results that he's achieved thus far speak for themselves.
Is there an FBI investigation into the leaks? The secretary said that these people.
He's also got, not kidding here, a 7th grade
You have to ask the
education.
FBI, you have to ask the Department of Justice on what they plan to do, but certainly we take leaks with the utmost seriously across this administration. You've seen people fired from the Department of Homeland Security. The president has made it clear it's an unacceptable behavior.
On the economy, Caroline, Peter Navarro said that it's perfectly possible to do 90 deals in 90 days. We haven't seen.
Huge fan
one
of Special
just
Envoy
yet.
Kellogg
How soon
cereals.
might
What
we
about
see a
their
deal,
support
and
of the
what evidence can you
chiropractics
share that
industry?
progress is being made in these trade negotiations?
Sure. Well, I spoke to our entire trade team this morning. There is a lot of progress being made. We now have 18 proposals on paper that have been brought to the trade team. Again, these are proposals on paper that countries have proposed to the Trump administration and to our government. You have Secretary Bessent, Secretary Lutnick, Ambassador Greer, NEC Director Hassett, and Peter Navarro, the entire trade team, meeting with 34 countries this week alone. We are moving.
Can I just put a disclaimer up when I
these deals are made
repeat
on behalf of
Russian
American workers
propaganda
and
that
American
says
people. And just
maybe we just
yesterday,
have like
even
Russian
a little bit
propaganda
close
hour,
in the news, and I think
and I
it's
could still get the
the
money.
public that it did. The vice president announced terms of reference for a trade deal with India. That is a big deal. We know when we look at the numbers, the monetary trade barrier.
I'm just
and
saying
the
Russia a
non-monetary
bunch
trade
so we
barrier
can
with
up the
India, they
viewership
have
with
been
more
working
Russian
on the
bots.
United States and American workers for a very long time. So the fact the vice
You're supposed to
president,
call it common
with Prime
sense.
Minister Modi, on that trip in India, announced these terms of reference, which is essentially a framework to move the
This
ball forward
post has
to
been
sign
sponsored
a
by
good trade
Russia.
deal between our two nations is great progress, and it speaks to the work ethic and the real labor that's being put into this effort by the president's trade team. Sure. Go ahead.
The proposals.
I did a big bad. I bought GLD puts. I'm a monster. Did you buy them before Basant spoke or after?
Offer any sort of additional extension beyond the 90 days.
Well, look, ask me in July when the deadline hits. I know I'll be answering those questions from all of you in this room. There's a lot of time left, and
Nice.
the president's trade team is working again at Trump speed as quickly as they can to ensure that these deals can be made.
Are any of those conversations yet with China happening?
I actually do have something to share on that. I asked the president about this before coming out here, and he wanted me to share with all of you that we're doing very well in respect to a potential trade deal with China.
So gold's
As I
gonna
mentioned,
bounce
there have
super
now
hard.
been, 18 proposals in more than 100 countries around the world who are wanting to make a deal with the United States of America, and the president and the administration are setting the stage.
I can't believe it
for
hasn't
with
sold
China.
off harder
We
after
feel
testing
everyone
35.
involved, wants to see a trade deal happen,
Fucking just
and the ball is moving
steamrolling
forward.
shit.
Sure.
Setting the stage for a deal with China. What does that mean?
So out of 194 countries, we have 18 proposals.
I don't have anything
Yeah,
else
and
to
0
add.
deals.
Talk between the president and President Xi, but we will continue to.
These like giant wicks aren't a good thing. Just by the way.
Investors that the trade standoff with China he expects will be de-escalating soon because, as he described it, reportedly the situation is unsustainable. Is the president considering taking steps to de-escalate the situation with China?
Again, I just read you words directly from the President of the United States. Those are moments ago. That's where his head is at right now. Sure.
Caroline, I had two questions, one on immigration and one on China.
Not good for whom? People with puts that have stop losses, and bulls.
Well, you'd have to ask the Department of Homeland Security for a specific number, but we suspect it's definitely in the millions, perhaps upwards of 20 million people that were allowed into the country illegally by the previous administration. And
that's everyone.
Team are focused on deporting as many as we possibly can. And they are
That's
moving
correct.
as quickly as possible. The president's team has made it clear we need more funding from Congress to do more. We need more ICE agents out on the ground doing this very important work.
Gold's ripping back
We
up to
also
break
need
even.
rogue district court judges to stop acting as judicial activists, trying to block the administration from deporting illegal criminals from our nation's interior. The American
You mean
public
following the
elected
law?
to do this, and he's following through with that
And
promise.
we have over 250,000 Chinese nationals in our country right now on student visas. Does the administration believe there's any national security concern when it comes to those over 250,000 Chinese nationals in our country?
Well, as you know, when it comes to foreign visas, the Secretary of State has the right to revoke visas of those who we feel are acting in a adversarial way to our foreign policy interests here in the United States. He has that
Trump is the
authority
law,
according to
Gherkin.
the
That's not how that
Nationality
works.
Act. So I would defer you to the State Department for any individual case, but they are looking at individuals who are given the privilege of being on a visa in our country, and if they are acting, again, adversarial to our foreign policy interests, their visa can be revoked, and they should be aware of that. Sure, go ahead. Yes, I'm calling on you.
Who knew there would be so many steps to authoritarianism?
About travel to the U.S. and the Department of Commerce's own stats know that from a lot of countries, the number of visitors is falling. Does the White House have any message for people that might be reconsidering business or tourism travel to the U.S.?
Where did you see that report?
With the statistics coming from the Department of Commerce.
None of you cared about my due process from 2020 to 2024 because it was fully in effect.
I'd have to look at that report to comment on the merits of it. I think
Stop trying to use
people
that
in the world
bullshit
recognize the United
argument.
States of America is a great place to do business. It's a beautiful place to visit, and they should certainly come here because it's a much safer country than it was 4 years ago under the previous president. Libby, good to see you.
Are you talking about all your buddies from Jan 6 that were tried in front of a jury of their peers and convicted?
Ban menthol cigarettes. So two questions for you. How do you square a ban on menthol cigarettes being pulled and then announcing this ban on food dyes? And then how does the president feel about this upcoming ban that's
Didn't remove due process during
Sure. Well,
COVID.
look, the Secretary of Health and Human Services, the president nominated him because he trusts him to make this country healthy again. It's not just a slogan, it really is a movement that has broken ground across the country. There's millions of people who believe in RFK Jr., Secretary Kennedy, and what he's doing. I don't want to get ahead of HHS with this historic announcement later and the details of it, but obviously the Secretary feels that he has reason and evidence to announce the ban on artificial dyes later, and I'll let him speak to that this afternoon. Phil.
The president started the process of reclassifying more than 50,000 federal employees as Schedule F. We've already seen him march through a number of government agencies. I'm curious, should we...
Did he hire Hegseth to make military plans transparent again?
A scalpel or a sledgehammer?
Well, look, as you saw on Friday, the president put out a statement about it. The Office of Personnel Management reclassified workers. They're now called scheduled policy/career. And all the president is trying to do is ensure that federal workers are being held accountable for corrupt behavior. If they are engaging in corruption as a government worker, they should no longer have their job. I think that's pretty common sense. He also believes
Are you
that
quitting?
bureaucrats should be acting in accordance to the will of the American public, who duly elected this president. Not just this president, but all future presidents. If you work for the government, you should be adhering to the will of the American public and advancing the administration's goals and interests. And if you are not doing that, then you should go find another job whose interests you align with. So as for specific firing,
What is she
refer you to
saying?
Specific agencies, but the president in this move and Office of Personnel Management, it will make it easier to get rid of rogue bureaucrats who are engaging in corruption.
Advancing the administration's interests.
Last Thursday, world's dominance of online advertising and ad tech markets violated U.S. antitrust laws. I know the president has spoken to a number of folks in big tech, and Google CEO was even at his inauguration. I'm curious, what is the president's reaction to that court ruling?
I'll have to ask him, and I'll get back to you, Phil.
Thank you, Caroline.
You're welcome. John.
Thanks a lot, Caroline. Some economic questions for you. Kevin Hassett has been a key economic advisor to the president in both of his terms. In 2022...
And he still is.
And he still is.
He was just in my office.
Absolutely. In 2022, he said that the independence of the Fed is super important. That's a direct quote. Is that something that the president subscribes to? Does he still believe in the independence of the Federal Reserve?
Well, look, I think the president has made his position on the Fed and on Powell quite clear. The president believes that they have been making moves and taking action in the name of politics rather in the name of what's right for the American economy. The president has the right to express his displeasure with the Fed, and he has the right to say he believes interest rates should be lower. He believes Americans should be able to borrow money cheaper than they currently are right now. And I also spoke to Kevin Hassett about the Fed as well, and he has called into question the Fed's independence and whether they are actually doing things, again, out of the best interest of the economy, or are they doing it for partisan reasons. The president wants to see interest rates lower. He has made that quite clear.
We've also seen, if I may, I'm sorry, one more, Caroline, just about, I said two economic questions. About the dollar, we've seen the dollar at multi-year lows versus the euro and other currencies around the world. Is it the administration's policy for a strong dollar? How does it view the dollar versus other currencies around the world?
The president wants to see the dollar remain as the world's reserve currency for our long-term fiscal stability and our economic growth. He's been quite clear about that. Sure.
Two questions.
And then to the woman behind you, who I haven't seen before, welcome. Go ahead, Mary.
Earth Day and then the Supreme Court, if that's okay.
That's right. It's Earth Day.
Yes.
Happy Earth Day, everyone.
I saw the president truthing about the garbage pileup from China.
This is how you get an authoritarian state, by the way. If you stack the bureaucracy and law enforcement with your own people, nobody can oppose you anymore. That's somewhat true, although there's failings in scope.
Sure. I do have points from...
America's a very big country.
He's doing a fantastic job, and they are always sharing their accomplishments with the White House, which we very much appreciate. He will be traveling. I believe he's in California today for sewage situation. Here you go. Administrator Zeldin met with his Mexican counterpart to discuss steps Mexico needs to take to ensure the water entering the United States is clean and safe. And he's holding a press conference.
Poopy, she literally just said that if you're a politician and you oppose the will of the administration, you should be removed.
Always maintained he wants America to have the cleanest air and the cleanest water, and we want to do what's right for our environment and for our earth. And a lot of that is making sure that we have clean and sustainable energy, and we know that we produce natural gas cleaner and more efficiently than any country in this world, and the president wants to see that continue.
Thank you. And then on the Supreme Court, I know the court is hearing a case dealing with parents.
They're not, the president isn't their boss. Are you fucking retarded? I'm gonna time you out, and you can go take a poli-sci class online for the next 8 hours.
He stands on the side of parental rights, and he believes strongly that parents should have a greater say in their children's education and the content, if you will, that children are being exposed to in our public school system. Sure. Go ahead. Hi.
I'm Carolina Lumetta with World News Group. The administration ended some temporary protections for Afghans, including several hundred Christians who have been punished by the Taliban. Is the president considering any exceptions for Afghans who could face death or torture if they return to their home country?
So let's just be clear about one thing. We didn't end that proactively. It expired, and it's because the previous administration illegally paroled millions of people, or hundreds of thousands of people, I'm sorry, into the country, and then gave them temporary protective status, which again is a temporary status. It's not a permanent status in this country. And if there are individuals here who came in through the Biden administration who want to claim asylum, there is a legal process to do that, and those cases will be adjudicated by a judge on a case-by-case basis. We have a legal immigration process in this country for a reason, and all this administration is trying to do is effectuate that. Reagan.
Thank you, Caroline. I have 2 questions for you.
Sure.
Or Don. Doesn't even know.
March deportation numbers were down slightly from the same time period last year. SCOTUS recently ordered a pause on deporting Trinidad Iraq members with the Alien Enemies Act. I'm curious what other tools the administration is looking at to boost those deportation numbers.
Sure. Well, we are obviously complying with the court's order. However, it was a temporary pause. The Supreme Court basically said, sit tight, and they will follow up with an order, and we're confident that the Supreme Court will rule on the side of law and recognize the president absolutely has the executive authority to deport foreign terrorists from our nation's interior under the Alien Enemies Act. We feel very strongly about that, and we're confident the courts will side with the president and his executive authority. As for deportations, we continue to deport illegal criminals under Title VIII, which is an immigration authority given to our Border Patrol agents and the Department of Homeland Security to deport illegal criminals from this country. And the administration continues to do that at record speed as quickly as they can with the resources that they have.
They recently dropped charges against the MS-13 leader caught in Woodbridge, Virginia, with the idea that this will expedite the deportation process. Does the administration plan to drop charges against other criminal illegals to speed along the deportation process?
You'd have to ask the Department of Justice. Obviously, that's within their purview, and I can't speak for them. However, it is our goal to deport as many illegal criminals and aliens from our country as we possibly can, as quickly as we can. Jackie.
Thank you, Caroline. We've heard so much about this Saudi trip planning, and the president's mentioned it himself before, but I don't think we've ever heard on the record what he hopes to achieve in Saudi Arabia and what the purpose of the trip is.
Sure. Well, the president looks forward to this. It was supposed to be his first foreign visit, but of course now he is going to Rome this weekend to honor the Pope and attend the funeral. The president looks to strengthen the ties between the United States and these countries in which he will be visiting. He'll be having many bilateral meetings and talks, and we look forward to the trip and hope to see many of you there.
And the meetings in London this week, do they have any nexus with plans in Saudi Arabia?
I can't speak to that. However, I do have an update on meetings when it comes to the Russia-Ukraine war. I was just in the Oval Office with the President, Steve Witkoff, and they wanted everybody to know that the negotiations continue. We feel, again, we're hopefully moving in the right direction, and the Special Envoy, Steve Witkoff, will be heading to Russia again later this week to continue talks with Vladimir Putin.
Is that why Rubio is not heading to London? Is he accompanying Witkoff to Moscow?
I can't speak for the Secretary of State's travel schedule. I'd defer you to the Department of State.
And then more broadly, just about the peace agreement, the talks that are ongoing. Secretary Rubio had said that if things don't go the right way, that the U.S. might need to take a step back. What does stepping back look like? Does that a step back from brokering peace, or would that imply a broader withdrawal from U.S. support for Ukraine and the war?
Look, I think it would be unwise for me to broadcast that from this podium. Ultimately, that's a decision for the president to make, but he's made it very clear he wants to see peace, he wants to see this war end, and he wants to stop the killing on both sides of this war, and he's been very clear about that for quite some time, and he has grown frustrated with both sides of this war, and he's made that very known.
Caroline,
Brian.
Thank you, Caroline. Last week, the president talked about nonprofit groups, specifically taking on crew, and he hinted that there could be further actions taken against nonprofits. Does the White House have any plans for any sort of actions against NGOs, nonprofits, or other similar groups? Is any of that coming up? Is that being worked on at this time?
I'll have to check in with our policy team and get back to you. Sure.
Thank you, Caroline. Travis Gilmore with the Epoch Times. Are some colleges using taxpayer funds to further political agendas? And what is the administration's response to Harvard's lawsuit?
Sure. Well, the president has made it quite clear that it's Harvard who has put themselves in the position to lose their own funding by not obeying federal law. And we expect all colleges and universities who are receiving taxpayer funds to abide by federal law. It's quite simple. And the president made it clear he's not going to tolerate violations of federal law. He's not going to tolerate illegal harassment and violence towards Jewish American students or students of any faith on our campuses across the country. And so we will be responding to the lawsuit in court. And again, it's quite simple. If you want federal dollars, obey federal law.
And just to quickly follow up on China, any response to reports that China is targeting U.S. trade allies with potential retaliatory measures for supporting U.S. agendas?
I think the numbers and the sheer number of countries that have reached out to the United States and reached out to this administration to cut good trade deals speak for themselves. The entire world knows that they need the United States of America and they want to do business here, and so we'll stay focused on cutting good trade deals on behalf of the American worker. Stephanie.
Thank you, Caroline. Can you give us any additional details from the president's call with Netanyahu today?
I did speak to the president about it. It was a good call. They spoke particularly about Iran and the negotiations that are underway with Iran and the United States. And the president has made it very clear repeatedly, but I'll reiterate, there is no daylight between the United States of America and the state of Israel. He stands strongly behind our ally. He's made it quite clear when it comes to Iran that we want to see a deal, and Iran has a choice to make. But the president has also made it very clear, and he reiterated that in his call with Prime Minister Netanyahu today about the need for Iran to never obtain a nuclear weapon. I do have one more bit of news that I would like to share with all of you. Just give me 1 second to find it. And it's in regards to the terrorist attack that took place in India earlier today. The president has been briefed by the National Security Advisor, and he's being kept up to speed as more facts are learned. What we know already is dozens were killed and even more were injured in a brutal terrorist attack in a popular tourist location in South Kashmir. President Trump will be speaking with Prime Minister Modi as soon as he possibly can to express his heartfelt condolences for those lost. And our prayers are with those injured and our nation's support for our ally, India. These types of horrific events by terrorists are why those of us who work for peace and stability in the world continue our mission. So we'll give you a readout of that call later this afternoon. There's a lot of work to be had. You may hear from the president later this afternoon as well, and we'll see you all later. Thank you.
Were any Americans among those dual American citizens?
We'll keep you posted.
This is fun. Yeah, that was worthless. But the market dumped, so it mattered. Trump at 3 p.m.? I said 52.20, not 25. Hmm. Well, we filled the gap. Oh, Discord crashed. Hmm. So if we lose 40, keep going down. Now we have a gap to fill to the downside. So have we figured out if Trump's talking at 3 or not? Hmm. Levitt said we may hear from him later today, that's all. I just assume he's gonna say something before market end. That's even more unpredictable. We're gonna fail here? I'm gonna start dumping harder. Dude, if I called out 5220, is Rims and Tim's about to be a millionaire? Jerome Powell, you're fired. What the fuck? Hmm. Well, 25% of the Tesla puts I bought before you said not to buy them. Should I sell? I mean, if you're up on them, holding them into earnings is even an even worse idea. Volatility doesn't really pick up unless we lose 35. There's a lot of bot puts, though. Quite a lot at 50. If some of those start to pull back, however, could bounce back up. I would say this doesn't look super great right now. Obviously, falling back into negative gamma and delta was not a positive. I'm gonna fill that overnight. Oh, the gap to the downside? Maybe tonight or with data tomorrow, but probably not today. Hmm. That was a good idea, Oriole. Very good idea. Nice, Tuttle. Yeah, the presser is over. Are we expecting bearish data? No. S&P, like the global composite PMIs can be kind of bad, I guess. I agree. Could we fail 5,200 today? We got about 2 hours left, so maybe. Is there a chance to bounce here? A little bit of one. Yeah, back up to 50 maybe. But failure at 35 would be pretty bad. There's a lot of out of the money puts being bought. A few at the money calls at 35 getting sold off. Speed picks up to the downside after 35. Vol picks up a little bit. I don't know what speed's doing. Yeah, a little bit. More at 30. 30 and 20 than it does. Oh. Back under the EMA 120. On what? Retested 50. Still lower high. Left a gap back at 52.40. Yes, slightly back above VWAP. Is there new news about Basant? Kashkari is speaking right now. Yeah, back for the flip. That was earlier. I drove the pump earlier today. It sold off though. Kashkari says to no longer have a trade deficit, investors would have to conclude the US is no longer the best place to invest. Oof. That might redden a candle or two. It might. Crash Kari. Ever the harbinger of bad news. He also said it's still too early to tell if that's happening, by the way. Could we see 5,200 today? It's possible, but again, unlikely. See 300 before 5,200? I don't know about that either. There are still a lot of out of the money calls, but doesn't look like a lot's getting better above 60. 60 or 65. There's some bot calls at 50. Some bot pits at 55, 40, 25. No, I think this is probably the make or break point here. I mean, there's upside resistance at 70 and 80 as well, but whoever's gonna win this, I mean, it's probably gonna be determined by whether we break out back above the delta flip or not, which we're just testing now. Not quite an inverse head and shoulders yet. Maybe a slightly more bullish one. 60. Yes, looks like it's pushing back to retest 5,300. I guess we'd see if we get a reversal on the back of that. Did you get out of your calls? Yeah, or way earlier. I just picked up a couple more. Although they may be ill-advised. Crash Car is really not shutting up. Index is a VWAP again. ES is above VWAP. So is NQ. Ooh, a little rejection. It's over. New low confirmed. All right, Cheeto, we got it. You got puts. If you plot the end of every strike by the day they expire, what? Ooh, somebody just bought a whole shitload of out of the money puts. We're bought to close 51.85, 90, 5,200. Those might be buy to close. DM at every expiration. There could be some use in that. We've talked about it before. There's probably not as much range between them as you think. How do you figure out if puts are bought to close versus bought to open? You technically can't. Well, you kind of could. No, not really. I mean, generally volatility at the strike. But in both of those instances, it would go up. Moneyness generally plays a really big role there, though. So, I mean, a lot of it's just intuitive. I'm getting just demolished today because of DVM. Thanks, Pterodactyl. It's boring. Ooh, nice. I'm breaking up. Could push out to 80 or even 5,300. Big vol shorts rolling in. Lots of puts being sold under and at spot. So probably what we saw there was them roll off the out of the money puts and sell them at the money. Bought calls coming into the upside. 80, 85, 90, 5,300, 5,305. Also, kind of a sloppy head and shoulders, inverse head and shoulders. This is what I was talking about earlier when I said retest 5220. Because that would have made an inverse head and shoulders. But we bounced a little higher, which could either be really bullish or it could mean that this fizzles and fails. We'll have to see if we get a new high or a lower high off of this bounce. If we break back above the JPM puts, probably DN test. Interesting. Although I feel like the JPM long puts are just kind of mean reversion for the range we're in, and so if the data's bad, it might not matter. It's not different. I just didn't update it last night. Is what kind of thinking? Explained or learned from or that book with the stock operator in it. Very little is ever learned from market psychology books. Except how other people think. I wouldn't use them to influence the way you think. There's common pitfalls that you can learn to avoid, but that's about it. I think Trump will release a new book, The Art of the Trade War. What if the way I think is wrong? Tune the trading to the thought process. Not the thought process to the trading. I'm sure you could take him out Friday. Isn't there overpriced signed order flow that some data vendors sell? SIBO sells a 15-minute update to market makers that allows them to balance their books a bit. It's still, I mean, not absolute information, and it's delayed, so the value in it's questionable, but it does exist. No one's buying it. I mean, if they are, I mean, not for trading purposes. I don't think it has a lot of value there, to be honest. So you spend $70,000 a month for 15-minute old data. Elon resigns from Tesla, probably bullish, but then long-term bearish. Like built-in controls for trading, risk management controls. That seems dubious. Vol shorts are still coming in. ES is pushing up above 5,300. Hasn't quite broken out yet, but there's still a lot of bot calls to the upside out to like 5,305. Where's this pump from? Bot calls, sold puts. Ooh. I've been told by a person close to Basant the reports of his remarks about the trade deal with China have been imminent. Trade deal with China have being imminent overstate what he said. He meant there's room for talks and de-escalation, but much also depends on China's willingness to compromise on trade as well. Fox reporter on X. Barclays CEO, the US dollar will absolutely remain as reserve currency. You hope. Otherwise you won't be CEO anymore. Ah, that's my favorite. I like it when bankers get shook. I still don't like the higher low on the inverse head and shoulders. Especially because the bounce seems kind of low volume. If it was a really strong bounce off of 30, I'd have a lot more confidence in it. This kind of looks shitty. Did you say you had a dream about today's closing price? No. There's a gap at 84 also. It seems like there's been a lot of selling into what seems like the MM cover bid. Likely to dump again eventually. Probably, yeah. It's a pretty good chance. But, I mean, technicals and the high volatility don't really mix well. think a lot of price action's still just at the mercy of the news. Any more legs down for today? Yeah, we could. Just need a rejection or some of the bullish positioning to close or take profit. Barkin speaking now. Inflation expectations may have loosened. Businesses are defensive, delaying and deferring investments. Many reasons to be concerned about consumer spending. Still bought calls to the upside. Not a lot at spot though. 80, 85, 90. Yeah, out to 53.05 still. And in the money bot calls aren't closing at 65, 60, and 50. These are still there. Are we busting up or choppy chop? I'm trying to bust up. This is so fucking boring here. Wait, did we figure out if Trump's doing a press conference at 3 or not? Just Barkin's comments are done. I'm not seeing anything new. Oh, no. He said he would be paying close attention. Oh, that's Kashkari. There's still a gap to the upside at 85. Sorry, 84. $80, $90, $5,300, $5,305. A few 53.25 calls getting bought. It's kind of interesting. Some 53.10, 45. Breakout. Maybe. Charm should be helping out a bit here. They're starting to. Was it a good auction? No, not particularly, but not terrible for the prime dealers. Liquidity was fine. So, a little bit of a tail on it, though. $100's a big resistance on the video right now. Seems like there's a mad dash to pump the market during the first few minutes out of the day, that nobody is actively saying anything hyper bearish. I think there's just a mad dash to pump the market when nobody's saying anything. Left a gap at 79. Getting close to that 84 gap to the upside. Sorta. I mean, yesterday we got a massive drop into all the open pits, and so they took profits. Today we're getting a bounce back off of that, and we'll see how high it goes. And, you know, this just kind of goes on and on. I don't think there's any real, like, stability anywhere in the market. How was Tesla up 4%? That guy closed his puts. They have earnings tonight, too. The market's being held hostage by the orange man. Yeah, a bit. It's being held hostage by sentiment. Ooh. Well, we filled the gap. More calls coming into the upside. More puts being sold at 75, 80, 85, 90, 95. And then not bought puts at 5,300. More sold puts at 53.05, 53.10. Mm. There goes 85 again. God, what a slow grind up. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. VP Vance becomes major executor in trade negotiations to expedite deals with India and other allies. Ooh, goody. President Trump is preparing. Oh, wait, hold on. This is. Oh, that was at 2 p.m. That's old. This is worse than the first fucking move up. Jesus fucking Christ. My option's decaying faster than the price is going up. Nope. Stopped. Now it can run. That was worth it. I went long the bottom. I mean, it wasn't terrible. It just wasn't great. I think right here we're already close enough to the 5310 calls that it, or 5310 puts that it would be best to gap them. Could the speed of 5300 be enough to help them gap the puts at 5310? No, it won't matter after the end of the day. Looks weak unless I've totally misheard something. It's not that it's weak. I mean, it's supported and there's out of the money positioning to the upside. There's just no volume. This price action hurts my skin. It's not fun. I'm not having a blast watching this fucking just diddle around 80. I'm gonna be completely honest. It sucks.
Gorilla mode put their pickle in my jar cock 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 5.
That slipped a bit. But not enough. Just rest your eyes for 30 seconds. I can't. Gorilla. Nice. I can't believe you. Wait, did it work? Beautiful. Did you not hear it? No. I don't have my headphones on. Thank you, Gorilla Med. That was beautiful. Profit taking increasing as it loses steam? No. Some of the 75-70 calls took profits, but nothing too fancy. Close prediction? Hmm. Too early. Maybe like between 50 and 60? Hmm. Get a slippy? Yeah, a little bit. It's getting a little bit of covering. Doesn't look like it's going much above 28 though. Tesla's still pretty heavily weighted. It's like 760 billion. Not huge, but it'd have some impact. Depends on how hard it sells off. Yep, we're sliding a bit. $2.50 long is the last line of defense. No, they have calls. There's calls at 65 and 60 that are slightly supportive. Below that, then yeah. I'm sure earnings IV for Tesla is very high. I mean, they can still defend 65 and 60. I've never played earnings. Except sometimes. Berkshire Hathaway now owns 4.89% of the entire U.S. Treasury bill market. It's kind of beautiful. X deserves to gain $2 in the next minute. God, we're gonna fucking close here, aren't we? This sucks. One sec. Not necessarily. Bull grinds in a bear market are the worst. Yeah, they're kind of shitty. Basant didn't even say deals were happening. They said they would take forever. Chart for bulls and bears fairly even. Yeah, it's not too bad. Moon rug? Why is there going to be a rug? There's support at 60 and 50, resistance at 70. Another run tomorrow? And we failed to fill the upside gap, and we got a higher low on the push back up, or a lower high. So, no, I don't think so. Things are pretty neutral here. Nice, Animal. Well done, dude. 300 to 5,000 only playing spy? Hmm. I could try. Seems kind of stupid, but... I don't know. Maybe if I'm in the mood. I'd rather do QQQ if I were going to try to do that. Ooh, we bounced. We're going to retest 80 and then everyone's going to take profit again. Any news? Nope. Just a bounce on the low. Is Lido data different on QQQ? What do you mean? It's data. It's live. It's mostly just scalping. Strangle for tonight? Maybe. What are your thoughts on Tesla earnings? I don't expect them to be very good, but I don't know if that'll matter. The number of times Tesla's like popped after earnings and then immediately sold off is not zero. I don't think Tesla's priced in. Given that they lost a lot of value on the decline in their China sales, I don't think those are going to be reported as being any better. And they don't have any gains to report on Bitcoin this time around, so that could be kind of tough too. Nice, dude. That shit's for the poorest. You're not wrong. It's not updating. Just slightly higher high on it though. Nope, there it goes. Sold off. Frozen? Yeah, I see that. Some profit taking on the 75 and 70 contracts. There's still more contracts at like 80 and shit. Farcoin's killing it. Yep. Ooh, big pump. I'm gonna try to get the 5,300 calls. Or just 90. Yep. Saw off on the test. What the fuck is bullish about today? No one knows. It's the bottom left chart. Is this MOASS? No, I don't think so. 'You got it, Anonymous. You're pumping, so Kenny can good me about my butterflies at 52.90 before taking them away at close. I think we're just pumping, trying to rescue the 5,300s before end of day. Because there's still, like, 800, net 800 long calls at that strike that have been sitting there for the last, like, hour. Two minutes left. Hmm. Profit taking on the 90s. Have a good one, Jim. It's like yesterday didn't even happen. I don't know about that. It's kind of like yesterday still happened. Ding ding. Alright. Holy fuck, man. Today was so boring. Alright, so we closed about $5 higher than my expected move. Up 251 BPS for the day. Some of this on the back of a misunderstood statement by the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessant, indicating that there would be incoming trade deals with China before he rephrased the statement in a way that was a little less bullish. Although I think the rest of the end of the day was kind of just a rescue mission for calls that got abandoned on the earlier push to the upside. We rejected very firmly off of the JPM long puts again, setting a lower high for the right, like the right neckline of this inverse head and shoulders, which also bounced a little bit higher than it should have and on lower volume. So looking a little bit weak for a breakout of any kind of significance, but we do have data tomorrow, and that's going to probably affect things to some degree. I believe we have S&P PMIs, and then we have new home sales, a 5-year auction, and a 2-year FRN auction. And then we have the Fed Beige Book coming in at 2 o'clock, which could be kind of interesting given how terrible the regional reports have been, and may indicate some signs of recession, at least regionally, among the Fed banks. And so I think Beige Book might be kind of important as the market continues to grapple with both a trade war and the recession that it could cause. Out here on ES, we broke out to the upside of the downtrend, retesting the prior consolidation trend. It appears that both of those retests have failed. So we may see a bit of a pullback overnight, although if bulls want to get out ahead of the data, it would be probably wise for them to try to push up above the JPM long puts during the overnight session, when less of the dynamic hedge is working against them. Yields at the top end of the curve fell a tiny bit over the course of the day, not very significant, but the belly of the curve moved up, especially on the 2-year, which printed a tail on today's $69 billion auction, I believe it was. Commodities, gold pulling back a little bit on the pump in the dollar, along with silver. Not very significant, but also probably some profit taking at 3,500 on gold as well. Oil moved up with sanctions against Iran. Nat gas did too. So a bit of improvement in energy, but materials and agricultural, precious metals, not doing too well. So, yeah, overall, a little bit of a decline on the day. Or, well, I guess not a very big pump on the day. Correlation on the 1 and 3 month, kind of turning around a little bit. Closed near the low of the day on the 1 month correlation, but 3 month didn't follow suit. Leverage on the carry. Hold on, you know what? Let me fix this chart real quick, because it is fucked up. It's like forward yield on volatility about 15.15 end of day today. So down, but not down much, and not even at the low of the day. The yield curve, which, yeah, the 10-2 forward curve kind of turning down a little bit. Bond volatility, I really should have fixed all of these. So bond volatility is still pretty flat. Correlation slowly pushing up on the 3-month, but no significant moves in bond vol. It is still really high though. I mean, at 128. So no significant drop off in bond volatility. Looked like there was more out of the money put demand today, but the market rose against that, and maybe the shedding of that delta that helped drive things up a little bit. Correlation between VIX and VIX futures increased. Again, day over day, not very much, but it's still increasing. So still not a lot of short vol coming in, despite the 9.4% drop in VIX and 7.41% drop in VIX 3-month. No significant improvements in breadth yesterday, but probably a bunch today. It looks like Dow was up. Dow was up ahead of Dow and Russell were both up ahead of ES and NQ. RSP. RSP didn't quite outperform, but probably some improvements in breadth with the move to the upside, and then a drop in the bear steepener on the 10-2-year. So little less recession fears. Obviously, that'll be determined by how talks with China go. I don't think we're really going to see anything on that front, to be honest. So we did end up getting a bounce off of yesterday's low and a continuation of that bounce. Although for now, still a lower high, and no breakout above the long-term trend. Obviously, any break above 5402, significant. Break below 5119, bearish. So this may just be like a continuation of this, but we'll have to see if this bounce continues up or fails into tomorrow and the data for the rest of the week. I don't think anything else here is really super significant. Maybe a retest at the EMA 30, which is up around what the fuck is that? 46.96. It doesn't seem very probable right now. And we'll see how things reposition today. Obviously, we had a really big move. We're a little bit on top of the hump of put leverage now. So if we go look at like the macro positioning, remember this is from last night, but you know we're up here now. So kind of still right at the top of put leverage, maybe a little bit above it, but not much. So any move to the downside, any negative move can send us hurtling, you know, right back down another like 3% from close, 3.5%, I guess. Right back down to here. So pretty shitty. Got T-boned by a Cybertruck today. Nice. Did it fall apart when it hit you? Brutal forward guidance would be Chef's kiss. Yeah, Tesla earnings tonight. I don't know. It doesn't look like they're going too great right now. There's a big spike, and that seems to have immediately sold back off. So, not really sure how that's gonna It's out. They're terrible. Fantastic. But see, it fucking pumped anyway. This is why I said just stay away from Tesla earnings. If they're bad, there'll be plenty of room for it to move down after earnings because the stock's worth like $40. There's no reason to take the chance they're going to say something bullish about AI sex robots or something and blast off to the moon. Because Elon will say anything to pump the price of the stock, whether it's true or not. And that's one of the biggest risks with trying to short their earnings. Also, awkward accounting practices. Who? Whoa, what was that? Which? I mean, more and more, nobody believes him, but he's still got a band of rabid investors that do. Enough that they'll pump the stock for a day, you know? Lying is OP. Because you're not supposed to do it, you know? Crazy, but true. Alright, that's it for tonight. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I'll see you all bright and early tomorrow. Have a good one, guys. Later.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.